kind of just like to dive into the game, which we'll pull up the game footage here in just a second. I gotta pull up the good old Rumble chat box, because for whatever reason I can't get Streamlabs to function with its interfacing. So what we've been doing is just kind of split boxing things. Okay, you are in the wrong. There we go. All right, Alt Tab. We got to grab that Rumble chat box and get it going. All right, so we got some topics to discuss about today, and they are very much in the lines of end of the world, Fallout, but also modern society. And it is something that's been weighing on my mind a little bit since I had this conversation with a trans friend of mine. And there was a topic that came up that we both agreed upon. Now, when I say trans, what I don't mean is running down the street, streaking in front of kids, being a general menace, and making that group look bad. What I actually mean is just a normal dudette who wants to stay home, be left the F alone, realizes that what they have is a condition, and they're fully aware of that. It's even described as such by the MDS-5s, which is your medical diagnostics symptoms version 5, I do believe. So it wasn't even so much about the condition itself. It was just about, society. We didn't really want to get too much into the weeds on a lot of the political BS of it, because there's a lot of politics. But there was something that was said, that I said, and they agreed with, that rings really true with a lot more than just that one issue. And that is, these are literally first world arguments that don't have a legitimate place in any sort of survival situation, at all. If you were to place me and this friend of mine into a survival situation, alright, I look like I've never fought in a firefight in my fucking life because I'm fucking huge, but let's say we were in a firefight. Well, this person's a good friend of mine, so generally speaking, I would trust them to have my back. But in a survival situation, their preferences don't matter to me. It's a, are you going to have my back, or are you going to stab me in the back question. So if you shove us in a situation, drop the firefight thing. That would be something someone more militarily inclined would be able to come out and do. Yes, I know what shirt I've been wearing in every single stream. I have 6 of these shirts. Cry about it. I like Frank Castle, and I do agree with a lot of the stuff that he does. Does not mean that I purport to support violence being committed IRL. I just think that there are some things that should be handled a certain way. Pedos for wood chippers. 2028, 2029, whatever year that's going to be. I said what I said. Now, as a general rule, my friends and I have a kind of standing rule. No matter what issues come between us, as far as, politics or whatever, if they need a place to crash, my couch is open to them until they target kids. Once you start targeting kids for anything, you just lost 100% of my trust in that regard. You will not even be allowed to set foot on the property, let alone inside the home. And if you target my kids, well, yeah. Then you're asking for a special kind of hell. And before someone gets in here and says, that's illegal, No, it actually isn't. If you are planning to make my children a victim of any sort, as a parent, I have the responsibility to protect and defend and raise my kids. It might not be written in the Constitution, but it's been a societal compact since the dawn of fucking time. So, if you cannot honor that, then you need to stay away for your own safety. And that's just that simple. If you cannot honor the boundary that my kids are off limits, then for your own safety, you will be recommended that you stay away from me and this property. And my children. So, with that in mind, generally speaking, most of my friends, even the ones that are a part of that side of the I don't even know what you'd call it. Because you got the Christian straight, which is actually actively the majority, not the Christian part, but the straight part. And then you have the other side. That whole spectrum, the entire preferential spectrum thing, that is basically a nut fondling issue. See, the problem that we actually have is there's a percentage of people who have been using and latching on to certain causes like a parasite. Dude, I know what you want and you'll get it. Just chill out. And this parasite uses these communities as a way to garner attention to itself, just like my dog is trying to do to me right now. Get up here, then. I have nothing for you. Just about the time I try to say something, OBS does that crap. I'm starting to think that it's on purpose. Like someone doesn't agree with what I'm saying somewhere. And therefore is trying to limit my reach, which I don't have much of a reach anyway. Now me, I am a Christian straight individual. I personally don't believe in any of that community, the community's garbage. I think if you're gay, then you have some sort of chemical imbalance in your brain that is pushing you towards being attracted to men if you're a man, or women, or woman if you're a woman. The same thing with body. These are literally, in some cases, it's been shown to be demonic possession, by the way. There's plenty of clips of that shit going around. But I do legitimately believe in the mental illness aspect of it as well. And a lot of people like to type the word mental illness as being a bad thing. We have mental illnesses out there that are as simple as you just can't focus. And that's not really so much a mental illness, it's just you can't focus. You have a low attention span. Fucking shocker. Look at all the sugars and shit. I'm drinking iced tea out of a plastic jug with so much sugar in it that it'd give an elephant diabetes just from a sip. I just got done eating pancakes, chocolate chip pancakes, bacon and eggs for breakfast with maple syrup on it, which in my mind is probably the safest syrup out there, but it's still processed to a degree. And I'm not talking about your kitchen, like your Aunt Jemima's. I'm talking about real Maine maple syrup. Like from the fucking tree kind of thing. And it's probably it probably already has given me 7 different types of diabetes. 2 of which we know about, and the other 5 we are still discovering if I were to go have a blood test done. Sure. So before we get too far down the health wagon, just understand, I'm not exactly the healthiest person on the planet. I don't eat healthy. I don't drink healthy. I don't exercise as much as I should. There's a lot of things about my life that are not optimal. We'll put it that way. Alright, so before we get too far into the weeds about mental health, understand that mental health is a part of the overall health spectrum and should not be shunned or shamed. It should be dealt with in a humane and compassionate manner. That does not mean chopping off people's reproductive organs and trying to replace them with a fake version of the opposite. Because, by the way, that's exactly what you're doing. You're replacing them with fake organs. They'll never be able to have kids. You are sterilizing them at their behest. And you know what? In some cases, and this is going to sound like a god-awful thing to say, but it is the truth. In some cases, that's probably a good thing. Now, hear me out. Certain levels of mental illness are genetic. Look at bipolar disorder, okay? We've actually tracked it in my family from one generation to the next. It has skipped a generation here or there, so it's not a guaranteed thing, but it's what we call a self-correcting problem as long as they don't fuck with our kids in any way, shape, or form. If they leave our kids alone, it's a societal issue that does correct itself. Because if they're too busy not having kids or getting sterilized, then the movement basically self-corrects. And that's the part that I don't mind. I don't care. That's why I don't care. Because I know that in a generation, maybe two, this will just be gone. The problem is dealing with the chemicals and medications that are in our water supplies that cause this to happen in the first place. Because you'll notice that a lot of this stuff didn't start happening until we started to introduce all these hyperpharmaceutical drugs into our environment. And I actually looked this up. It is the truth. RFK Jr. is telling the truth. And so is Alex Jones. If you look at what is in our water supply, it is actively degenerative to the human condition of needing to repopulate or maintain the population. 100%. And that is a symptom. And this is where a lot of people on the right are going to criticize me heavily. That is a symptom of crony capitalism. Not regular capitalism. Regular capitalism would be monitored or controlled to prevent such an outcome. Instead, it wasn't. See, here's the thing that people don't understand. We live in a time of extremes. Everyone wants to push things to a certain extreme or another. I'm not an extreme, well, I mean, I can be an extreme guy, but on a general, policy note, day to day, I'm not. Absolutely not. I mean, except for, the whole, Chomo's wood chipper thing. That's kind of where that extreme ends because it's as far as it can go, right? And if I did have my way of it, people would be allowed to act on that kind of thing. But the reality is, you're still talking about human life. And in this country, whether I like it, or you like it, or anyone likes it or not, we as general policy do place a value on all human life, even if that life is, under a moral sense of the word, absolutely valueless, and in fact is a net negative for simply existing. Now, because of that philosophy that this country operates on, there are things that you just can't do. One of those things is I can't go up to the guy who did things to my family member, cut off his junk and shove it down his throat. I'd love to be able to do it, and I'd do it in a heartbeat. But the reality is, because he's been to prison, because he faced what the law said was his remedy, legally speaking, I can't do a damn thing to him. And even if he didn't, by the letter of the law, I wouldn't be able to either. That's just the way it is. Because that's revenge. It's not defensive or protective. You are going out of your way to... you're going out of your way to actively hunt someone down. You're not protecting anything. You're You know. And by the way, can I just say that I wholeheartedly disagree with that notion that you have to be protecting someone like actively, because like I do think that if you find a serial killer who has, you know, like 30 fucking bodies under his fucking mattress, right, that individual should be fair game. I know that's not going to be a very moralistically Christian hot take, but like if it's someone who's taking people out in your neighborhood and you feel like they're a threat, you should be able to act upon it. That's my take. Where's the thing? Oh dear. Thank you, Tom Brenda. You're my hero. You're my hero. And you know what? Every time one of these platforms, like TikTok, gets a pedophile on there that's, you know, trying to say it's not a bad thing or whatever, and they don't ban them, I'm of the mind that the reason they don't ban them is because they're somehow complicit with that behavior. Okay, that's just my take. It's probably not true, but, you know. Your radiation doesn't mean to me. In fact, if you give me enough rads, I might actually mutate again, and it might give me something useful. So. Uh-oh. My buttons got reassigned! Switching to long range mode. Thank you, Auto Stim. Targeting me. How nice of you. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Alright, we're gonna go home. And I might have to bail on the server because I didn't want to have rando. Anyway, back to the point. The difference here is in the hierarchy of needs. Right? Like, let's be real for a minute, okay? You could sit here and scream trans genocide all that you want. The reality is it's more along the lines of a trans suicide, because at every turn, and it's not all trans people, it's just a certain subsect that I've been talking about for quite some time, which, by the way, every group has this subset, but for whatever reason, the trans, I think it has to, thank you for declining, the trans angle of things, they, and I think it has to do with the actual, like, population size of their group. They're not that large a percentage of the population, right? There's a percentage of, like, parasites that are in it for the social recognition. They're not actually in it for the fact that people actually do have to live with this condition. They want to parade it around for their own fame and glory, and those are the problem people. And the reason that the trans movement is so easily demonized because of these individuals is because of their size. Like, literally, it's a size issue. If they were maybe like 2% bigger, it would probably be something a little bit more identifiable, right? But, like, we've got this issue where they have this group of people, and by the way, before anyone says, oh, you're full of shit, I have, like, 6 trans friends who say this on the regular to me, okay? They hate the community. It's not the trans people themselves. It's the quote-unquote representation, or as I've been calling it, misrepresentation or malrepresentation by a group of social parasites who just want to be publicly recognized. And these are the ones that go out, they dress in drag, they strip in front of kids, they do all this shit. And it has nothing to do with being trans, it has everything to do with them wanting some sort of sick social recognition that the rest of the community, the rest of the group of people that we're talking about here generally don't fucking want. They don't want public recognition. They want to be able to live their lives in peace, just like the rest of us. The problem there is that this group of social parasites, which I swear it's the same people. I can't confirm this. This is my personal conspiracy theory, right? But I swear it's like the same 1,000 or 10,000 or so people who just want fame and fortune and they'll do anything to get it. Even below a minority's representation over them just getting their fame and fortune. Like, I'm not kidding. I swear up and down that the same people who are screaming, you know, free Palestine or whatever, or, you know, free Gaza or all that stuff, like, I almost swear if you take the faces and you line them up with the people who are doing all this malrepresentation for the trans community, I feel like there'd be a significant amount of overlap. I also kind of feel like you'd recognize a lot of these people from places of, like, riots and other things, because they're not in it for the actual cause, they're in it for the money or the fame. And they legitimately don't care about the cause. I think American Dad, heaven help me, I hate Seth MacFarlane's politics, but I think that one episode of American Dad was inaccurate. The fundraiser episode where Haley goes off to raise funds for an environmental cause, and then it ends up being that it's not actually for the cause, it's just so they can hold lavish fucking parties and shit. Like, I legitimately feel that's what we're seeing happen in real fucking time. I do. I really do. And they don't care. They'll do whatever outrageous stunt they have to do to get publicly noticed for their own personal glorification. It's not about representing anyone but themselves. Are you kidding? That's not proper representation. Proper representation is... Alright, I'll tell you what proper representation is. You have a media spokesperson, right? Alright, let's date this back to the 1970s. Or a black person gets lynched. Still survives the ordeal, right? But has a media spokesperson who does one of two things. They have two choices here. Do the job the way that they're supposed to, represent the person, not promote their own personal interests. They're just there to support and be a good person, right? That's good representation. They get out in front of the media for the person who maybe doesn't want their face plastered all over the place anyway, right? They tell the truth, they tell the facts, they say it plainly, and that's that, right? Or number two, they try to overblow and over-dramatize things to the point where, everyone's screaming, oh, this person was assaulted, there's overriding racism worldwide, and it's like, okay, you're a fucking idiot, you just damaged the person further beyond the lynching, because now the general public is rolling their eyes saying, oh my god, this crap again. Here we go again, and then they just start to tune you out. Well, in this case, it's similar but a little different in that it targets kids, so we can't tune you out. Now you've made yourself a target. It's not that we made you a target, it's that you made yourself a target by malrepresenting your quote-unquote client in such a way that it makes them look bad. It is literally the same thing in a courtroom, right? Instead of saying, no, my client didn't do this thing, it's like, yeah, my client did this thing, so what? Fucking deal with it. I hate to tell you, but that's a 90-10 issue. If you tell people in America to fucking deal with something, you're not going to like how they deal with it. You're really not. Because it's going to be a middle finger to you, and they're going to do what's right for them. And they're not going to, unlike the plea for some sort of relief for your client, you just inspired the exact opposite by doing that. If you think it was that way for all white people, I'd like to remind you that white people have been oppressive and persecutive towards their own kind for a very long, long time. So sitting here screaming oppression does absolutely nothing to us at this point. That word, you have killed that word. Congratulations. You want to talk oppression? Let's go back to the 1700s or the 1600s, the Victorian era, and before, when other white people were oppressed by the rich. Let's do that. Let's have that conversation. It wasn't just black people back then, it was white people too. We lived in the slums right alongside the rest of you. It's just some of us were born into rich families and were able to do more and get away with more than the rest of us. And they took full fucking advantage of it. Which, by the way, regardless of skin color, you can sit there and say, no, we wouldn't. That'd be a lie. Anyone is subject to that criticism. If you were given power over anything, you would in fact be at some level tempted to either abuse or misuse it, and to any degree or extent, you would abuse or misuse it. And you can try to deny it, but those are the facts of human fucking nature. We are not perfect beings. We're not saints. And we need to stop trying to pretend to be and start dealing with our issues like real fucking adults instead of sitting here whining and complaining like little children or going out and throwing temper tantrums in the street. Which is another thing. This does the same thing to these movements, to these groups of people that you claim to represent. You can claim to represent a ham sandwich. But that doesn't mean that you are. You could be, in fact, representing the BLT disguised as the cause for the ham sandwich. And these people, by the way, we have a word for these people. They're grifters. They are grifting on to a cause like a parasite. They're grafting themselves into it like a parasite for their own gain. It has nothing to do with supporting the cause. And they are the ones that are, in fact, making the entirety of the movement look bad. That is my opinion. Love it, hate it, I don't care. Now, to those of you out there who do have these things or are this way, right? And you just want to be left alone, live your lives, whatever. I have no issue with you at all. At all. Does it mean I have to explain it to my kids? Sure. Whatever. Does it mean that, I have to tell my kids, look, it's not a normal thing, it's something that happens, and then I have to explain what normal is, and, is it a headache? Sure. Is it a headache I'm willing to go through? Yes. Is it a headache I'm willing to go through if you're forcing it upon my kids? No, because then I'm going to turn right around, snap back, and you're going to get slapped in the worst possible way. Okay, the snapback effect from that is not just an 80-20. It's like a 95-5. Okay? That is what it is. And like a lot of people like to say 80-20, right? 80-20 is a good marker for politics. But if we're talking about society as a whole, it's more like 95-5. Okay? We'll just be honest, because we're not talking about the trans people or gay people as a whole. We're talking about the ones who are trying to force that ideology onto our kids when they don't have that condition. They're trying to force mental issues and conditions upon kids that don't already have them. That's the group that we have an issue with. Because it's the same group that's the group that's doing that is the same group that's stripping in front of kids. They're child predators. That's what they are. They are predators. They are chomos. They are pedos. There are a dozen words for it, and there they are. No, I don't want to build. I want to switch to modify. There we go. I want to move. And no, that particular group of individuals, I wouldn't care if they were straight in doing this, by the way. If you're targeting kids like that, you belong in the wood chipper. You belong in the fucking wood chipper. Like, plain and simple. I need to move you probably over there. Like, if Steve from Minecraft yearns for the mines, then you guys must be yearning for that fucking wood chipper really fucking hard. Like the clown makeup wasn't enough. Oh, I hate the build system in this game sometimes. I just want to tighten this up a little bit up against the wall. Just to kind of clean it up. Because Bethesda won't fix their friggin' base building system to where it's actually functional. That's a little bit cleaner. I like that better. Definitely better. And before we get too far into that's a bigoted opinion bullshit, let me just point out that they're not the only group who's experienced this. We've had, alright, Christian groups. Bro gets on fucking television to bitch about a video game. Is that about serving God or himself? It's a video game, my dude. It's something that people can get out their fucking predilections, or maybe they just need to unwind, and that's how they do it. And you don't agree with that. Well, that's good for you, but that's also your problem. You know, stop trying to get GTA banned because you don't like the fact that you can run over a hooker and get your money back. Like, come on. It's a video game. Get over it. Literally. It's just a fucking game, dude. Like, I'm sorry that my video game hurts your sensitive, what's the word? Your overly sensitive constitution, but, at some point, that is literally just a you issue, bro. You know what? Maybe I can get away with actually just moving this over here. But just like out of the way. Yeah, just like that. There. And now this is all like perfectly cleaned out. Just the way I want it. But, no, it's literally, what it really more boils down to is a stop trying to make your problems my problems thing, right? Like, stop trying to influence my kids to be a certain way, because you're bringing the issue home for me, and I don't want it to be home. Now, when my kid turns 18 and makes that choice for themselves, that's their problem. That's their problem for their home, okay? I did the best I could raising them and taught them what the Word of God says. They know what's up and what's down, what's right and what's wrong. If they decide to do wrong, that's on them. Literally. If they decide to do something that's right but looks wrong, that's their choice to get bound up in something that complicated. Gonna make me do it the hard way. These are both level 1. Don't need them. Bulk screws are a welcome thing. So is bulk adhesive if I can find some. But no, by all means, if that's the way you want to be with yourself at home, then that's your deal. You know? Just don't try to influence my kids to be that way, because then you're awakening a whole other set of issues that you really don't want. You might not realize that you don't want it, but you don't want it, kind of thing. To those who get that joke. Why can't I make the flamer? Oh. I need some science perks, which means I need to start Actually, I need to start stocking up on craftability perks anyway. If I'm going to do weapons crafting and stuff, absolutely. 100% need to start focusing on craftability. Like, I do enough damage. Oh, I do enough damage to support my surrounding area, but I could do a lot more if I actually focused on making a proper build. But I'm too fucking lazy, so yeah. As an example, I could make this thing, or I could make the, go get the blueprint for the auto axe, which I could get if I wanted to, and I might. In fact, excuse me. Well, I like that paint. And I have enough tickets. Oh, look, Adams. Sweet. I don't really care about a poster. Let me see where. It looks like these are all paint. Okay. Oh, let's see. Yeah, right here. Well, yeah, it's unavailable. My character's already, level 50. Yep. There you go. Now I just have to get more, stuff. Oh. Huh. Cool. Dude spawning in right on my base. That's pretty neat. Like the name, too. Catweasel. Makes me think of ferrets. But yeah, once you get past the whole kids thing, right? It's literally just a cool story, bro, moment. It's not even a big issue. I mean, it sucks because, like, you're going through this, and I support you going through it, and I wish you'd come to Christ and get your thing straightened out. But at the same token, that's, I can show you the way, but I can't force you down it. Crafting. I can make the auto axe. Sweet. And now for the other thing. Now. The cold shoulder shotgun. The fun toy. And there's going to be people out there who's like, you're a bigot. And I'm like, no, I'm not a bigot. You don't want to see me as a bigot. You'd never know what to do with me. That's a fact. Okay. Not exactly the perks that I necessarily wanted to see, but I'll take it. No, this is not me being a bigot. I could show you me being a bigot, but I don't want to because that's not something I enjoy. It's not something I would ever do. Number one, it's just not who I really am, and it's not who I'll ever be. But more to the point, it's not something I agree with. And I'm going to get a little religious for a minute, okay? I don't usually do this very much, but yes, we're called to bring people to Christ. For sure. That this is definitely true. But you can't call people to Christ and then say that they can continue to live in sin. That's not how it works. You don't come to Christ and then continue sinning. That's not how it works. Like, I'm sorry to have to bust your balls for a minute, but you gotta kind of realize that you're in the wrong if you think that's how it works. Alright, let's go play with a new toy. Oh, before we do, that's been bugging me for a little bit. Let's see here. What have we been working on? Heavy Gunner, Master Heavy Gunner. Alright, we'll get the Heavy Gunner perk first. Okay, and then... yeah, what the heck. Yeah, I don't think so. That one I'd like to keep. The pharmacy one... that's a debate. I do like to keep my rifleman stuff up because, you know... Rudy Tooty aim and shooty. Yeah. This is literally set up to make it so I can just like shoot the same weak spot over and over again and just do increasingly more and more damage. So. And my other perks are set up, my mutations and stuff are set up for health regen. So. Literally, it is 100% set up to make it to where I can take a ton of damage, do a ton of damage over time, and also make it so I can res people too. And my charisma perks can be swapped out for both team and solo play without being a massive penalty on myself. So, I love that. Self-defense, which martial arts actually work? The martial art of staying the fuck out of every unnecessary fight that you don't need to be involved in. Like, no shit. 90% of my life has been saved by me, literally, like no joke, staying the fuck out of it. You want to not be, caught in all these survival, self-defense bullshit situations? Oh, it's simple. Stay the fuck out of them. Are there some that you can't avoid? No, sure. 100% you're going to run into at least one or two of them throughout your life. And you should know how to handle yourself in those situations. No duh. But, generally speaking, it's best to stay out of it. Literally, it is best to stay out of it. If you don't need to fight, don't fight. 100%. Now, if you want to get into the conversation about, oh, well, you don't have a choice, well, then we get to have a different conversation. See, because then it's not a matter of martial arts, it's a matter of survive, stay the fuck alive. Okay? That's, like, no joke, that's how it works. If you're in that kind of a situation, then you've reached the point of no turning back. No one's willing to listen to reason. No one's willing to settle things like civilized human beings. If you've hit that point, then you done fucked up somewhere, number one. But number two, they could have too. Okay? And if you're dealing with a belligerent drunk, as a general rule, yeah, I know I'm overweight. Story of my life. As a general rule, if you can't get out of a situation by talking like normal people, or if something else goes wrong to where that's not possible and you have to get physical, there's not going to be a specific style. It's going to be a neutralize the threat situation. Which means you're going to be looking at every possible venue to quickly and preferably safely neutralize the situation. And if that means you gotta slam a couple of heads off of a couple of tables until things stop moving, then that's what you gotta do. It's unfortunate, but it does occasionally happen. It's not something we want, though. And as a general rule, you need to steer clear from it. Now, if someone comes to your door and doesn't give you the choice, you can give them the option to step away, but, just be ready. 9 times out of 10, actually, just the appearance of being ready for their threat is enough to make people back off. 100% of the time, actually, probably about 98 anyway, percent of the time, most people, they're going to see you with the piece, even if you don't have any bullets for it, or you have a knife on your belt or something. 90% of the time, they're going to turn around and say, no, this is not worth the risk. 90% of the time. Okay? But if you're unarmed and you're in a situation where you have to defend yourself, this is my best advice. Screw the fancy bullshit. It doesn't work. Save it for your fucking martial arts tournament. You find whatever you can to neutralize that situation as quickly as possible. And if that happens to be something that you learned in a self-defense martial arts class, hooray for you. You found yourself in a situation where you could actually use it. 90% of the time, though, I'm going to be honest, no. You're not going to be using it. Because most of that garbage is literally just for tournaments. It's just for looking good. Realistically speaking, in a fight, and I've been in a couple, I know I don't look like it, and you have to understand, I'm in my 30s. I was a younger man once too, and weighed a lot less. Okay? I looked a lot better too. Okay? But here's the thing. Especially if you're in a survival situation, a fist fight, is the last thing you want to deal with. You're talking about an unnecessary expenditure of energy. What's the one thing you don't want to do when you're surviving? Use calories, burn calories on shit that you don't need to do. Do I actually already have one of these? So, and also from a survivalist perspective, I'm going to say it, and you're not going to want to hear it. If you're in a situation where you're having to fight with your hands, you fucked up somewhere. You should not be in that situation at all. And the fact that you are screams that you didn't avoid a certain neighborhood or you didn't do a thing that was a part of your initial plan, which means the plan is FUBAR. Okay? If you're at that point. Number one. Because, and actually that's number two. Number one is you should have been armed yourself. You should have been able to handle yourself with your arms. And you should have been able to either avoid or deal with the situation before you got into it. So if you found yourself in a situation where you had to be... Let's use the classic disaster movie scenario where, they get forced into the bad neighborhood, right? Number one, know how to carry yourself and handle yourself in all environments, okay? Gray man aspect 101. Blend in. Know how to do it. Do it effectively. It's important to know, okay? I wear a fucking Punisher t-shirt all the time. You could pick me out of a crowd, and that's the way I choose to be because that's what fits with my channel. You catch me IRL, well, I'm probably going to be wearing this same shirt because, the rest of my stuff I keep packed up just in case I have to run quickly. But I do have shirts that don't have this on it. They're normal, unmarked, no logoed, colored t-shirts. I wear those for a reason. My backpack is very nondescript. It's a normal hiker's backpack. Okay? It's important to blend in. Number one. Number two, being armed in the situation that blending in doesn't work. Okay, that's fine, but don't overdo it. Don't draw attention to yourself by being overly armed. If you have to go through an area, know the safest way to avoid the local population, and if you hear someone coming, hide in a fucking bush. Wait for them to pass, and then go. And if you can't do that, and you're all running for your lives anyway, then don't even worry about it, because 90% of the time, they're not in it to fuck you over. They're trying to escape the same shit you are. Just keep fucking running. I can't believe someone like me has to get out here and say this shit. But no, literally the dumbest thing ever is that stupid idea that, a meteor is going to come hurtling towards a town and you're going to have to deal with being held at gunpoint. No, they're going to see or hear the meteor coming themselves, and it's going to be if you have a chance to say run and you're all running anyway, they don't give a shit. You're running. You're not fighting. You're all running in fear. What, you think they're going to turn around and try to one-punch man a fucking meteor? Are you retarded? No, that's not how it works. That is literally not how it... It's not even remotely how it works. I'll tell you how it works. Everyone is in it for themselves to the degree that if holding you up because they think they're going to get something from you is more of a hassle than it's actually worth, they're not going to do it, especially if it's going to cost them their lives. Okay? There may be people out there who may be that stupid, but I got a news flash for you. Most of the people that are that stupid are doing this in a fucking mental hospital somewhere. Ooh, that screams... Oh, missed it. Damn it. That screamed Alien Blaster. That would have been a good blueprint to have. That is one of those... rare things. And I missed it like a dummy. But it does relate back to the conversation I was having initially. The trans, gay, lesbian, whatever, bi arguments are first world arguments. They're 100% first world arguments. And me and all of my friends, gay, straight, trans, whatever, agree on this one thing. If America was a third world society, we wouldn't be having these conversations at all. The conversations would be hey, we're friends, do you want to group up for survival, for survival? Like, that's literally what it would turn into. Because that's what it would have to be. 90% of the time, you want to be honest, We probably wouldn't even have access to the gaming technology that we have here right now. It wouldn't be a thing. What is everyone doing up there? Huh. But if it was a thing, okay, if we're going to be straight about this stuff for just a minute, if we're going to talk plainly, there's a reality about first world conversations versus survival conversations. A first world conversation is gender identity. 100%. And sexual preference. If you're in a survival situation, those conversations go out the window because you're more worried about food, water, and shelter. Okay? Those are the things that you're talking about. So when people come to me and they want to bitch about, oh, they're transphobic, it's like, are they transphobic or are they struggling to meet their basic needs and don't give a damn about your first world issues in the first place? Like, those are the better, that's the better question. Oh, boy. Yep. That's nice. Running the fuck away. Although I know you'll probably stalk me to the end of fucking time. Yep. You sure would. Maybe take a breath, throw your liberal bullshit aside for a minute, and realize that there are, in fact, more important conversations than gender ideology and sexual preferences. For example, food, water, warmth, shelter. As someone who spent the time as being homeless himself, I can tell you as a matter of fact there wasn't a single fucking person that wasn't mentally ill who was talking about that stuff. Most of the homeless people that I knew were talking about what they were going to eat, where the nearest source of clean water was, where the best place to set up the tent or the shelter was. It had nothing to do with this garbage, and I'm sure some of those people had those issues, but it wasn't something that was discussed. It was something that was left alone because there were other, way more important things to deal with. Okay, I'm being honest. It's like kind of going into a pawn... The gender ideology thing is the equivalent of going into a pawn shop with a deck of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, right? That you bought when you were like 8. But they're beaten to shit. They're not worth anything. And the guy gives you like a fucking dollar out of fucking like some sort of pity, basically. Maybe $10 out of pity, right? Because, like, he sees the deck, he sees your clothes being ratted up, and he pities you. And then you turn around and you start running your mouth about him and all this shit. This is literally what this is like. Society gave you guys a chance to come out and represent yourself, and then the first thing you do is you allow yourselves to be represented by people who are literally trashing you at every turn, and then trashing us at every turn, too. This is literally what it is. 100%. And it needs to stop. Yeah. Thanks. But no, it's a whole lot of people need to chill. Okay? Both sides. Whole lot of people need to chill. Until it comes to kids, right? then, go ham. But, like, sitting here calling people transphobes, freaks, or whatever, it's not helping. It's not helping. It is a first world argument to begin with, that if you went into the third world where you didn't have food and water and, a safe, warm place to sleep at night, you wouldn't be talking about this stuff. I have to actually physically look up the name of this thing because I will fuck it up. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Okay. I've never heard a more real thing attached to a more Russian sounding name. But there it is, right? Let's go. Let's do it. Physiological needs are more important than any other needs out there. Okay? Safety needs are next. By the way, physiological is food, water, shelter, warmth, and sleep. Those are the things that your body needs to function. If you don't have those, you're fucked in the A. You're effed in the A, okay? I've already eaten. The house that I'm in is very well maintained for its, type of house. It's warm. I'm sheltered. I have food. I have water. I have a clean, safe place to sleep. We're good, right? Safety needs, security, stability, and protection from danger or harm. Alright, security. I'm armed to the fucking teeth. I'm literally the most secure person on the planet. Well, that's not the U.S. president anyway. Stability. That's debatable. But I have enough stability to where I can function in the fashion that I function. Okay? So that's good enough, I guess. Protection from danger and harm. Again, runs alongside security. We're good. All of my guns are, in fact, loaded but are put away safely. They are hard to get to for anyone that is not myself. Love and belongingness. That's all I need right there. And I have my Bible for the rest. Self-esteem. Obviously don't have a problem with that or I wouldn't be able to do streaming. Self-actualization is where... The self-actualization is where the gender identity conversation comes in. And it is literally the least important of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It is self-fulfillment or personal potential. And that is your personal preference and decision-making. That's where that belongs, okay? That is like, oh, we've bought the food, the water, the ammo, the shelter, the house is fixed up, the cars are fixed up, everything else is done. Now we can go out and buy the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That's kind of where that is, right? It's not, it's just not as important as people want to make it out to be. And I'm sure there's going to be some leftist or some right-wing wacko who's going to go in there and say, how dare you? Well, how dare you try to imply that there's something more important than food, water, safety, shelter, security, etc.? How dare you take a tier 5 issue and try to make it tier 1? See, I can say how dare you too. Tier 1 issues are being able to feed, clothe, and take care of yourself and your family. Gender identity is nowhere near tier 1. It's tier 5. That's tier 5. Okay, right down there with sexual preference. Tier 5. Tier 1 being the most important, Tier 5 being the least. Tier 5. And in my opinion, there should be a 6th tier. That's how far down it should be. My video gaming is more important than your gender identity or your fucking sexual preferences. That's how little I care. And that's how little society cares. And that's the way it should be. No one gives a damn. The only reason we give a damn is when you start trying to transgress onto our kids and our kids' education. Then you make it a tier 3 issue, at which point we're going to tell you to fuck off. Actually, that's tier 2, because then you're interfering with our children's mental safety and well-being, and we have every right, under the hierarchy of needs, to tell you to fuck off. Because at that point, we are parents. We are responsible for the hierarchy of needs for our children. And when you start negatively impacting that or affecting that in a way that we don't see as fit, you can go to hell. Plain and simple. I will make that as clear as I can to you. You are negatively impacting the mental health and well-being of our kids. You need to stop. We're telling you nicely to stop. You need to stop before it goes from us telling you to making you stop. Because we'll just remove our kids from your presence, and if you proceed to transgress further, then we'll take other actions as needed. See, and that's the thing. When we say stuff like we're going to homeschool our kids because we don't want our kids being taught this gender ideology bullshit, and you try to say you can't do that, we're going to turn around and say, fucking watch us. Okay, that's number one, because that is not your choice to make. It was never your choice to begin with. And that's the thing you fail to recognize. You have this sick power fantasy in your head that you think you can tell people what the fuck to do with their own kids, and that's not how the world works. And you're going to find out, you're fucking around, right? You're just starting to tip your toe into fuck around territory, right? But then you're going to find out. You're going to find out how quickly the state, as a state government, is going to pull your funding for your school because you're fucking around. As it should be. So, I'm going to give that a few minutes, like 30 seconds to a minute before I make a decision about that, because I personally don't even like doing guided meditation, and I sure don't want to do it alone again. That sucks. It's a multi-point defense objective, and having to do it solo is not fun. And I don't think I'm the only person out there who doesn't like that public event. But we're gonna fast travel back to the camp, and we'll just keep an eye on it. And if someone else goes and does the thing, then we'll go do it. But I'm not doing it solo. I mean, I can. I hate it. The items you get from it aren't even that good. But yeah, it's been about a minute. No one's there participating in it yet. It's an easy one. It sucks. It's one of those timer things. I've also got to do the thing to get the treasury expenditure, the treasury note stuff unlocked. Because there's a lot of stuff that I'm missing that I need to go get. But no, it's until you introduce the situation involving kids, it's a tier 0. It's a non-existent. It's not even on the list. It's not an issue. It's a, what's the word? It's an attention grab. It's an attempt at an attention grab is what it is. No one's doing that event. I don't blame them. I don't even like doing the event myself. So therefore, I'm not going to do it either. I miss my Xbox setup for this stuff. I didn't have any of these. I had the little water cooler version of it, and it worked amazing. Like, I could get 100 water bottles in, like, less than 2 hours. It was great. See if we can't make some food. Make some better quality food items out of what we've got. That way we don't... Oh, possum bacon, huh? That's an interesting thing, I guess. Three minutes, 0 participants. That tells me right there, no one wants to do that. I'm not afraid of the rads that I get from food. My character regenerates radiation. So. It's more the disease chance. And even then, you know. How about now? There's one. I'll go give him some backup. If he needs it. Yeah. I'll go take my usual positions. Dude, you're lucky you have a ton of steel. There. I see why people are using it though. It's a pretty friggin' awesome weapon, actually. Hmm. Well, there's a few things I want to look at. Number one, I want to see if there's a mod that decreases the use of action points for the auto axe. Number two, I'd like to see if there's some sort of elemental addition. Number three, maybe something that increases the either number of attacks or something along those lines. So we're going to go here. But yes, basically, as human beings, we should be avoiding unnecessary conflicts. It is basically the summation of everything that I've said. Avoid unnecessary conflicts, including arguments over someone else's gender identity. Until it comes to protecting your own kids, it doesn't matter. Yep. Okay. Wiki it is. Oh, let's see here. Giuseppe. Okay, I do know where he is. I don't think I have any of the stamps on this file. So, Giuseppe is in the actual resort. He's not actually in the mall. He's in the upstairs, and if I remember correctly, you go in here, and I think he's this way. No. 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 Oh, let's see. No. 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 Yes. There's the man right there. And I don't have any stamps, and I don't remember how to get them. But oh. Hmm. Well, you know what? Um, so the Auto Axe does not have mods that do that. Campfire Tales is quick and easy. But, so, yeah.
I wake up one night in a cabin, and I see that I'm alone. Everyone's beds are empty. My heart is pounding. But I know I have to go outside and look for everybody. I want to get out. But the shadows are reaching for me. They're gonna attack me. Please help me fend them off.
Oh heck yeah, it's alien season. Dude,
Face my fears and burst out. Not stopping until I made
shit.
it back. There,
Of course, it's the one time none of them are online.
scout. Talking about fire. I go to them. And I try to warn them. It's not safe to be out this late.
Yeah.
There's something out there. I know because it took my brother. He stayed out past dark one day and went missing. But my friends, they don't listen. I sit with them, watch, laugh, drink, share secrets with each other all the night.
Well, well, well. Okay, we need to take some time and spend it at the special. Okay. Perks and shit we don't need. Pack Rat. We're keeping Pack Rat. Okay, we can take that off. I'm keeping that on. We're going to take that off, but we're going to leave Gunsmith on. I don't need Cap Collector, so that should. Alright, so -1 endurance, intelligence, and... Yeah, those are all ghoulish perks, alright. Just for now. I have an idea. Okay. Huh. What you got? You know, I have plasma ammo, and I don't ever use that. Making pancakes, making bacon pancakes. Don't ask. It's been stuck in my head for days. I need 15 legendary modules to add. Okay. I'm just going to go earn them. No, I'm just going to hit the legendary events until I can get them, because that is a pain in the butt to do it that way. I don't know why I have that headset on. None of my friends are online right now. The good news is my mom made it safely to her destination. That's the good news. Life IRL update. The wedding going smoothly. We got the officiant. The only thing that we're missing now is the rings. We have the venue. We have the people. We have everything else we need. Everything is actually going great on that front. It is surprisingly easy to get married. Thank God. I mean, yeah, just like totally having literally the best time of my life right now with my fiance, and it's literally all around just doing this one simple thing, and we're both loving it. I might get her to download this tonight, and we might play some of this tonight, too. No, and see, the thing that people don't understand about my relationship with gaming, right? It seems unhealthy at first glance until you realize that I'm doing the gaming with my fiance. I'm using it in a social manner to spread the word of God. And we're not completely degenerate in the way that we live, right? I mean, like, we have a very balanced life. We work, we keep things organized, we don't live like slobs. Well, I mean, yeah. Anyway. You know, we've been... I would say that we saved ourselves till after marriage, but the reality is that we're a couple. We've been together for over 3 years now, and of course things happen. Should they have happened? Probably not, but they do. We're getting married. If we have to pray for forgiveness for doing the thing, doing the deed without being married, then so be it. It's just a simple prayer. It's not a big deal. It doesn't mean that we don't love each other. It doesn't mean that any of that garbage. It just means that we did a thing that God doesn't want us to do. You know, and by getting married, we're effectively making it right anyway. So. But it's not all about just making it right with God. It's also about the fact that we're doing right by each other by doing this. Okay? There is no force or pressure in the marriage, except for the fact that we're both exerting effort into getting married. I mean, obviously, duh. But where is your... Okay. Man. I love games with events like this. This is so fun. Oh, they're just... It's the fact that it's the dorky aliens, you know, the ones with the globes over their heads and stuff. Ooh. Oh, you bitch. Okay.
to provide aid from afar.
Making pancakes, making bacon pancakes. Excuse me. Oh yeah, I can't use power armor. My build doesn't allow for it. Nope, it sure does not. Roasted the bitch. Oh, Medic's Cryolator. Nice. Just gonna borrow your thing for a minute, my dude. I actually kind of like that design. It's small, neat. Yeah, I'd have to have my rad regen up to 23. It's just not gonna happen. I mean, even if I did activate a Rad-X and a Rad-Away, it's just not gonna happen. Oh, itchy. Itchy scratchies! Oh, hell. Yeah, no. Well, that is definitely not what I wanted. Alright. Uranium fever. Nom 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 nom. Oh, this place is friggin' loot central.
Please stop and approach for identification. Welcome back, employee 01. Detection error. Only employees of Blackwater Mud permitted to access mining equipment. Scanning. Visual scanning error. Authorization required. Identification. Please provide audio. Identification. Audio. Identification confirmed.
Well, I guess I'm gonna do it myself.
Extraction order initiated. Key away from extraction unit.
Well, I'd appreciate some likes and subscribes considering I just had to solo a friggin' public event. Which, for just about anyone else, wouldn't have been a problem, except I don't have a proper build going. Okay, so Onslaught is actually really good on this gun. Or on the auto axe. That's good to know. You know what? Let's have that conversation then. Well, I'm mostly using the auto axe and the heavy weapons, right? So then perception is fine, but here. Okay. But if we are being fair for a minute, I'm not using my single shot weapons anymore, hardly. No, because I have the heavy weapon equivalents. Why would I use these? I mean, there's 200 rounds of 50 caliber ammunition right there. Let's see here. What's the other one? I don't have enough gunpowder, but, you know. Wait a minute. And then we have this thing. Which doesn't really do much because it doesn't have much ammo in it. But cooking stations, brewing station, chemistry. My dude, are you okay? Bingo. Yeah, see, now this just got insane. Oh, let's make some 40. Let's make some grenades. Okay. Aha. Ooh, hang on. No. Uh-huh. Oh, the mini nukes are for later. Oh yeah, I was gonna see if I could cook that glowing meat. Yeah, if it's gonna take up weight in my inventory, it's gonna do something useful. Yeah, just like that. No, just carry that around so that way if I have to, fight something smaller, I don't have to waste auto axe repair. For now. Just until I can get the melee weapons damage mitigated enough. Because then I'm going to see if I can get Vampire on it, and yeah. Vampire Onslaught, I think, are in the same space. Which is unfortunate. But we'll see what happens. I'd like to have both. I'd love to have both. But let me see here. I think I might be able to go to the Tinkerer's Workbench and take a look. Maybe. I doubt it, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the actual weapons workbench for that one. You know what? Sure. Yeah. That's not bad, actually. We're actually getting into the territory where we're actually kind of getting into the territory to where if I can focus on getting the melee perks, yeah, that does let me breathe underwater, by the way. What's it going to take to upgrade that empty slot? Because that has, like, new legendary modifiers to it. And that's not a bad thing, but it's also not a great thing either. And you definitely don't want to have... Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, those don't serve... You know what? Here. Yeah, I'll just keep that anyway. Okay, so we're going to start with you. Well, yeah, that would be what we call a problem. And if we're also being completely honest, it's not the best weapon on the planet. but it's also not taking up any weight to have it on there hardly as well. So, kind of meh. I have a plan. A very quickly enacted plan, actually. Where are they? You might be wondering why I see all these fancy offers in my thing. And why I don't take any of them. Man, where'd that lag come from, you know? The hell happened to my friggin' AP? Aim. I have no idea where I'm going. That's great. Oh, there's a friggin' staircase right there. Stupid. I heard that. Ooh. Dude. It's just the trash guy. Come on. Come on, man. Knock it off, please.
Ma'am.
Hang on. Really? That's useless to me. Thanks, jerk. I think that was the garbage guy.
Please do not interfere with resource security patrol.
All right, I need to take a Mountain Dew and Doritos break for just a minute. That's a joke. I would never. I mean, Mountain Dew, sure. Doritos, not so much. Not until they make a healthier version. And I need to go to the store. About $2. And yeah.
Please refrain from theft,
Excuse me.
looting, assault, murder, or
You know, I do have that shredded lettuce. I have some Miracle Whip. And I do have some classical crab. I think I'll do that for lunch. And for dinner, shrimp scampi, garlic bread. Oh my word, we get to go get our wedding rings tonight. I'm so psyched. So happy this is happening. My life is actually going to be what it's supposed to have been. Oh my word. And all we have to do is go to church, pray at the altar for forgiveness, do things the right way, the way that they should have been done the first, 5 times I tried to live life. I gotta go buy some more popcorn today.
You're not going to use the popcorn that your mother sent?
The microwave bags they sent look like they've been through hell. And I don't want to chance it.
Oh, well, they're going to get thrown out.
Now the air pop bag, that one looks just fine. So.
Well, I suppose I should.
Mm-hmm. after we get done with the wedding, the porch, and dealing with the underskirting, after Terry goes back to West Virginia, why don't you just give them boys a call, and assuming that nothing else gets done, have them take a look at the kitchen sink.
Well, he's gonna be here on the 2nd of June anyway, the guy, to clean the furnace, and I can help him do everything that he needs to do.
I don't want to do any water filter.
Well, I figured you probably would do that before he ever got here.
No, I'll do that when the time comes for it to be done, and it ain't here yet.
Well, you say November, I say every.
I don't give a damn what you say. I give a damn what the professionals say, and they say once a year.
Alright, so do it once a year then. I won't go fight you about a water fella.
So,
Frankly, I don't care. If we all get sick and die,
that's a hill I'll fucking die on, because that's what they said. They said they only change filters in houses once a year.
I'll ask.
And for whatever reason, you're the only one around here who has it done every 6 months. They had no idea why.
I knew because somebody told me every 6 months.
Well, that's not how it's supposed to be done.
Actually, maybe it's telephone water fella. We should go get it and see. Actually, it just depends on what the conditions are when you're out. Some people might have to do things.
Look, the guy said for this area once a year.
Yeah, it's depends,
I'm trying to, but you're right there.
Please refrain from that. Looting, assault, murder, or trampling of ours.
Alright, stream and chat, we have a conversation going here. Water filter for a house, 6 months or a year? Leave a comment. I'll even give you the specifics. We have a slight radon problem. And I do mean slight. Everyone in Maine's been drinking the same radon water since the state was basically founded. There's not a high iron content. We don't have that problem. Everything else is normal. And as you know, a normal charcoal and cloth filter is not going to solve any sort of radon problem. It is a special radon mitigation system that you need. So, oh, and there's not a high sediment value in this water either. It's not like you're trying to put a well in Arizona. It's normal, mountain-fed Appalachia hill water, basically. Northern Appalachia Hill water. From about 100 to 200 feet down. It's basically perfect well water. In fact, I would argue that if you were to put it through an old-fashioned water filter, you know, the ones that use the water, the charcoal, whatever, you'd probably be using the same filtration materials for a decade before you'd have to swap that out. So, we're effectively talking about slightly radon laced bottled water before it gets bottled up, before it hits the household filter. I'm saying, and so are a lot of the pros around here, a year. My family member is saying 6 months. I looked it up on the internet. It said a year. Unless you notice white physical particulates from the filter coming through your thing, indicating that you have a faulty filter. And if you're noticing that, then it needs to be replaced instantly. Man, people really don't like the Beast of Burden one. I would say I should probably server hop. There's just one problem with server hopping. There's no guarantee you're going to get a better server. Because changing your instance over to some other instance disappeared. Good. From the way it looks, these guys are really focused on doing the alien-based events that are happening right now. Sorry, it's just really good popcorn. I learned that lesson the hard way. Don't put popcorn over there. Fucking kernels. Ugh. Really, really good tasting popcorn. Really, really bad popcorn kernels. Huh. Well, if I wasn't saving up for another mutation, I'd probably jump right on over that.
Refrain from theft, looting, assault, murder, or trampling of flowers.
Let's go back to the home base while we sit and think about this for a minute. It's just it's where my clean water is, and oh, I got water again. Darn it. I mean, yeah, my character can breathe underwater. It's just the contracting disease part that doesn't help. There.
attack was over, I thought Brianna was dead. Then JD would return to his old self.
Moonshine Jamboree.
When he didn't, I became suspicious.
Well, I think we're ready to get this jamboree going. Light the fire, moonshiners, and try not to shoot each other.
Played him this entire time.
Don't forget to fill the tub with that sizable salamander venom.
Well, there was no way I was gonna let that happen.
They all look so nice and useless for anything other than moonshine.
To knock him out. I fired that shot. Now I have to deal with JD. Damn, is he gonna be pissed.
protecting the stills? Excuse me, but if you haven't noticed, the stills are being attacked! Haha, jolly good show! We've got just enough venom to make a batch, and there's still plenty of room in the tub. Let's see how much more we can collect. The stills aren't going to protect themselves. Madeline! No! My dear Madeline, destroyed! You all might be the worst moonshiners yet. Let them destroy Ethel! Ethel, I am so sorry. Poor Ethel. I can't believe my eyes. If I had tear ducts, I would cry at a moment like this. Such a wonderful moonshine jamboree.
It'd help if I wasn't muted. Yeah. Alright. To be clear. Camera, camera game setup, right? OBS setup. I don't, like, half of the time, I don't see what you guys are writing up here until, like, 30 seconds after I'm done doing what I'm doing over on this side. So, just about the time I have the ability to set it up to where I can put both of the chat boxes, like, over here, that'll change. But until then, it just kind of is what it is. Okay, you know what? These three on the top, sure. That, I don't ever see 10 mil anymore. Weapons. Okay. It's not a matter of weight, it's a matter of being able to keep track of everything. Wow, I might actually have to bounce off of this server. Yikes. Yeah, find me a new one. Ugh. It's like everyone left. They left me all alone. Oh no. Yes, I know. I was over encumbered. Itchy. There's a chance she might be getting out at 3 o'clock today instead of 4. Because when she went to punch in, they had her punch in early. And it pushed back her clock out time by an hour automatically, so... Whatever. Whatever. Monster. No. No, we're not doing that. That is a pointless event right now. I think. You know what? Kind of surprised that event still exists. I thought that was a Halloween thing only. But I do need to unlock the vault with the treasury expenditures. I also need to remember what day and when we need the wiki again, guys. That was her name. Three days. She'll be in Fort Atlas. She'll have loadout number 19. Chinese stealth armor and the helmet. Okay. Those are good. The Secret Service jetpack and the 2 of the other mods for it. Okay. Dude, I don't care about your friggin' Game of Thrones advertisements and shit. Oh, what was that? Oh. Boo. So yeah, just by doing the public events, you'll inevitably at some point max out your ratings with the other two factions. That's not bad for a minigun, actually. Okay.
That concludes the Monster Mash. Thank you to our teachers, students, and volunteers who made the event possible. And remember, make a smart choice this year in turning your candy for healthy and wholesome gifts and surprise. Have a safe and pleasant Halloween.
Excuse me.
hacker community is actually bad. They're firing people, they're getting replaced by AI, and it's happening right here.
Oh, please. That's it. Ah, it's not even worth doing. No wonder no one was there. You don't get anything worth it. Totally wasted everyone's time on that. Sorry. A 1-star legendary? I get that just by playing the game regular. Why would I? No. I don't care. Your rewards aren't worth sticking around for. There are better events in this game. Exploring a random cave would be a better event. Can't believe I wasted my... Actually, I can believe I wasted my time on that. Although it did give me something useful. I can't completely shit-talk my way out of that, but... Or, well, I hope it's useful anyway. Get that friggin' headpiece off of my character, please. You're kidding. That's the sound of my brain going pop. Because I'm stuck wearing that ugly thing. Okay, you know what? Fine. Where's that button I had before? Load me into another new server, I suppose. I don't want that ugly ass on headpiece on my character. That's just no. Better. Well, okay, so I'm not big in gacha games, right? I don't really care for gachas that much. Not really. So, and this is going to be a big hot take that's not going to be, like, by no stretch of the imagination am I doing my channel any favors by saying this out loud. But, here's the thing. You had a problem in the voice actor community not that long ago where one of your workers was dinged for doing things with underage images, right? Or something along those lines. Like, literally, he got fired for exactly that. I'm pretty sure. Now, while I personally am not really a big fan of, one person ruining it for everyone else, I hate that mentality. It is a very smart business mentality. And the reason for that is you can remove a lot of risks by removing a lot of people by replacing them with artificial intelligence. And yes, I'm kind of doing a pseudo reaction while I'm doing a gameplay thing. So here's the deal. Does it suck that a lot of voice actors are about to lose their friggin' jobs? Absolutely, yes. 100%. I don't care if they're left, right, center, doesn't matter. Right? Decreasing in job numbers is not a good thing. However, removing drama, a lot of people out there are okay with that. I'm also going to point out that it is actually the paycheck that the voice actors get. That is a lot of the expense that goes into these series. So series like Mega Man Battle Network will never finish their dub. Toriko will never finish its dub, etc., etc. Using AI to do it does theoretically give the stuff that I like to watch a chance at being dubbed. And you know what? I'm going to point out that a lot of voice actors out there and proponents for voice acting are going to say, but it's a lower quality dub. At this point, we're talking about shows that weren't even getting dubbed. Your company refused to dub them because it didn't see it as profitable. At this point in time, it'd almost be better to just make a software that universally dubs everything for you. And you can even select the voice actors that you want and everything else. Jackass. Makes me all warm and fuzzy because I got my own wedding going on next month. It ain't nothing too fancy, but that's the way we wanted it. We didn't want, Extravagance is not what we wanted. That reminds me. Okay. Every minimal safety standard. I love. How have I not heard that before? Wow. Yeah, no comment. I don't know if it reset or not, but it doesn't matter. Nocturnal and short. Alright. Ooh, excuse me. Huh. I guess I don't. No. Booger. Oh, that's nice. Well, I'm not much for the shish kebab, but I'll take it. after I get done streaming today, I think I'm gonna get off of here in probably about the next 7 minutes, actually. Yeah, we've been at it for a good almost 5 hours. But I'll make it an even 5. Why not top it off, right? But that doesn't mean I'm done working on the stream per se. I'm going to look to see if I can find a way to take a part of my chat windows and overlay them on this other screen without it I want to find a way to overlap 2 items in a sizable, like, I know you guys can't see what I'm doing, but like, if this is the screen, right, I want to make the chat boxes show up in the top corner on their own. The problem is I have 2 chat boxes, and I want to be able to see through them. I want them to be transparent. So, that way I can keep track of it while I'm, doing the games or whatever. And by the way, or whatever, also I'm going to have to look into it for the tablet as well, because we are working on developing a way to do streaming with the selfie cams on the tablet. And maybe even using the knockoff GoPro that I picked up, so we can send the footage of me doing stuff outside, which not happening today. It's raining like cats and dogs all day. It has been, and it's Fallout Friday, so that's kind of what I'm doing today, except for going to pick up the wedding rings, and if we have the money, going to get the marriage license. The 2 last things that we really need to do. So the wedding itself is going to be a potluck, so bring whatever you want, as long as if it's legal in the state park, you can bring it. So that's the standard we're going with. I would have said if it's ethical to bring into a church, but we really didn't want to do a church wedding. Not that we have an issue with the church. I'm a Christian myself. It was just more a matter of we're not actively members of any specific church denomination right now. And, well, because of that, there was a little bit of friction in getting a church representative or a pastor from a church to do our stuff, because we've been living together for 3 years, and the counseling, they wanted to give us 6 months worth of counseling, basically, or whatever, and it's like, dude, we're just getting married. We are just trying to officialize what we already are, okay? Me and her are not going anywhere. We are together. We are in this together. We have been for a long time, and nothing's going to change us. We've already gone over this 1 billion times. Okay, the fact that we've been together for 3 years, the fact that, she knows I have kids, the fact that we don't have secrets from each other, and we tell each other everything, basically. Even the stuff that we really probably shouldn't. I don't know what that would entail when you're with someone. In my mind, you should tell them everything, but, we are very communicative with each other, and nothing's going to change that. She knows she can come to me with anything. I know I can go to her with anything. Even if it's a terrible idea. And yet, because of the way that, and this is going to sound terrible for a Christian to say, in spite of that, the way the religious industrial complex works, effectively we have to, go the other way, which is fine because it opens up a lot of other things. Some pastors are not comfortable doing weddings outside of their own controlled venue like a church. We didn't want to be in a church for the wedding. We wanted to be out in God's good green earth that he made himself. I figured that, you know, if it was good enough for Adam and Eve, it's good enough for me and her. And, you know, if it weren't... if weddings could be held in a private fashion like that, because I'm kind of shy, hence the other reason I don't have a, you know, a running PH account, amongst, I mean, there's a religious opposition there, but when you get past the religious opposition, there's also a personal one. I'm extremely fucking shy. You are not seeing any part of me that I don't want you to. Yeah, see, that's another thing, too. Like, that's the other reason why I'm allowed to speak freely. I don't work for a company. I work for myself. I am my own person. If I choose to run off at the mouth, okay, on here, it is different for me to do that than it is for someone that works at, like, Bungie or whatever. I'm damaging my own product release, my own reputation, if I say something that might not be kosher or whatever, right? Now, if I'm going out and I'm working for someone like Walmart, for example, I'm not going to go online and start saying a bunch of, and I'm not talking about the you're racist level racism. I'm not going to get out there and actually be like real racism. Not the, you disagree with me, so you're the R word. Nah, that ain't how that works, sweetheart. Go back home and suck on your go back home and suck on your pacifier, baby, because it's about what you are at that point, right? I'm not talking about that kind of racism. I'm talking about, like, the real friggin' deal. Like, talking about burning crosses and stuff like that. Yeah, that's racism. And if you know, you know, right? I'm not going to get into detail. If you want that kind of detail, then... Oh yeah, I need the camera up. And yes, to the surprise of literally nobody, Asmon is right. Is that even a thing right now? No, it is not. So then everything just dies. Got it. And yes, this is going to be my hot take that no one's going to want to hear. I'm going to say it anyway. I'm glad these companies are firing these SJW types. I am glad you're losing your jobs because you've been running at the mouth for so long, damaging these properties that aren't yours to damage. What did you think was going to happen, stupid? I wonder. Oh, I'm gonna run my mouth like a dumbass and, say things that run counter to what 90% of the world thinks and insult 90% of the planet and see what happens to this game's player base. What did you think was gonna happen, dum-dum? You're literally talking about a 90-10 issue. You're talking about an issue that you're not the majority, and you're insulting the majority of people that are going to be buying the game that you're working on, damaging the game developer's reputation in the process. You deserve to lose your job. That's not a hot take. That is a very professional thing, and it happens all the time. I mean, okay. I think that's a power armor thing, though. Yeah. Maybe I'll make you set. We'll see. Someone had a base around here somewhere that they had shoved over here. Maybe. I hope you don't mind. I just need to use your salvage station for about 2 seconds. Craft. Haha. There we go. That bought me a little bit of weight to work with. Now I can bounce to my base. Stop pushing that button, dude. It's just annoying. So, yeah, no, it'd be like, let's say I work for a company that makes crosses and Bibles. Okay. Alright. Hypothetical, Lord, don't strike me down with lightning. Just throwing it out there. I got a lot of good stuff going on. I don't need it going bad because I made a hypothetical. But let's say I was a Bible writer and a cross maker, but I decided to jump on to social media and trash talk God, the Bible, the cross, Jesus, the whole 9 yards, right? Okay, and let's say they were actually, like it was a good, profitable business, and then I decided to start running my suck. Well, don't be too surprised if I lose my job because I'm acting like a moron. And yes, I do believe it should be a permanent black mark on anyone's record. That's the big hot take of the day. I think if you're going to act like an ass, okay, and cause trouble for the rest of the world, and cause more so causing trouble for your company, and you think someone's going to, tolerate that at your company, I don't think it should be a surprise that you lost your job. That's my hot take. The good thing about AI doing the voice acting, though, is that unless you get in there and you actually want to cause the drama by having the AI purposefully say something inflammatory, you're not going to get it, right? Like, how do I explain this?
people don't really respect entertainment media in a big way because they do it as a luxury profession. So when people complain about it, they don't get as much sympathy as when like a firefighter is complaining or like a nurse is complaining. That's just how very actually. Yeah, like the other thing with like yeah, exactly. I've had her.
You know what you're gonna have for supper tonight?
Yeah, shrimp scampi. Actually, I'm making shrimp scampi tonight. Probably gonna, when we go up to Walmart, I'm probably gonna pick up a loaf of garlic bread to make it work right. The radiation resistance is helpful, but the other two, not so much. I didn't know those were there. Mm-hmm. But no, you won't. This is another one of those first world issues that I was talking about before. You're not going to get sympathy from me over running your mouth on the internet and then losing your job. That's not even remotely going to, no, you're not going to get sympathy. What does it say? We'll do 10 anyway. Huh. All I had to do was craft or scrap. Yeah, and that's another thing that's kind of running its course. The claims of harassment when someone just doesn't agree with what you said. That's not harassment, dude. That's you being a pussy. You don't have to like it, but it is what it is. I gotta repair some stuff while I'm here. Wow. Well, ain't that something? Oh, why not? Give me some stuff. Oh, hey, we're past the 5-hour marker. Nice. This last public event and hand in my goods for it, and then I gotta go. Actually, I might just tuck the dog in the back room and just go up and see about when she's getting out of work anyway.
So how do you open this?
Push the 0 button and then push the open button. Push the open button. Okay, is it just not processing with your brain? Push the 0 button. Push it again. Now push the open button. There you go. You're getting it.
Oh, it's just not pushing.
Well, yeah, it's a new microwave. Those open buttons are going to be tense for at least a good week or two after you buy them, depending on how often you use them. It's a new spring. Brand new spring. But it's got this stupid locking feature that I don't know how to shut off. I don't even know if you can. It's to keep kids from microwaving a gerbil or something. I don't know. Actually, it's to keep kids from burning themselves on stuff from taking it out of the microwave because they're too young to actually be doing that stuff themselves. Because apparently we have a world full of negligent-ass parents who don't know how to take care of their kids. So they have to have safety rails on fucking everything. Whereas when I was a kid, you rode in the bed of a fucking truck with your ass on the fucking wheel well of the fucking tire. And you hoped that you didn't hit a bump too hard and your ass was sore. It wasn't sore for the rest of the day. Good. Bro. No, voice actors are usually not rich. They're a little bit better off than some, but not by much. The problem is that their money gets to their head and they think they can do whatever the hell they want, and then they damage the company that they work for's reputation by opening their mouth and saying something fucking stupid. And then the company ends up paying the price for it as well as all the other workers. That's the problem. And once you deal with that, you'll find that there's going to be a lot of people who are going to lose jobs that some people are going to question they should have had in the first place or not. So, yeah, that was just wishful thinking. And, you know, the same morons that do this stuff, by the way, the same idiots who do this stuff are the same guys or the same people that'll get out there and scream about how you have the white privilege and how you have the Christian white male privilege to go do whatever you want to do. When in fact it's not really privilege, it's something anyone can do. All you gotta do is just get off your ass and go do it. But, you say that and then they call you a bigot and everything else. Do cops treat you a different way based off of your skin color? Well, sure, depending on which area they're in. Okay? A cop out here is not going to, out in the countryside, is not going to treat a black person the same way that they do in the city. Some places it's worse, other places it's better. And in some places, depending on where you go, it's downright neighborly. So, regardless of how you look. You can't judge an entire sector of people based off of based off of certain incidents in certain places. It's different no matter where you go. In Arkansas, you know what? I knew some good old boy cops who were incredibly racist in private. But when they hit the job, all that stuff stayed at home. I also knew some not so good old boy cops who thought they had a point to prove and ended up losing their jobs. What it is that entitlement attitude. And cops have it too. Don't misunderstand me. I've seen it in them too. It is the entitlement of thinking that you're somehow better than someone else, and it doesn't matter how, right? But sitting here trying to victim shame people, especially people like me, is a waste of time. Most people aren't going to give you the time of day for it anyway. Or, playing the victim, I guess, is what I was trying to go after, but, it's still the same thing. You're not going to get anywhere with people like me with that stuff. At all. Well, you will. Laughed out of the friggin' room. If you're going to come at me and play the victim, you will get laughed out of the room. And I will not show remorse. I will not apologize. If you want remorse and apology, did you come to the wrong place. And it's not about forgiveness. I forgive you for being a piece of shit. But you're still going to get it right between the eyes. Verbally speaking. I am not going to hold back. I am done doing that. I spent most of my life doing that, and I'm not about to do it just because someone gets their panties in a twist over something I said. If you want sympathy, if you want to play the victim, don't come to me. I'm not your knight in shining armor. Now, if you're legitimately being harassed or, stalked or whatever, and you really need help, then, okay. We can take steps past that point and we'll deal with it. Alright? I don't mind instructing people on where to go and where to get the help that they need for stuff like that, but you're not going to come to me and whine and complain about someone running their mouth. Now, if they're threatening violence against you and your family, like actual physical violence against you or a loved one, then you need to take that up with the police, not me. That's my number one thing right there, and I think it's high time I addressed it. Look, I don't mind helping friends and family out verbally. I don't mind giving advice. I don't mind doing all this stuff, but if you're going through something like that where it's physically become a real threat on your health or safety or your life, then you need to make a police report. You need to get a restraining order. You need to defend yourself. That has nothing to do with me, okay? I cannot do that for you. The second I try to live up to this shirt in any way, shape, or form, even to defend one person, it's game over for me. They will pick apart every word that I said over the last year or longer. All the times I said that a pedophile needs to be put in a wood chipper or anything along those lines, right? They will use it against me in a court, and I will go to jail for the rest of my natural life if something happens to where someone has to be put in the dirt. 100% they will, because the system is built to defend scumbags. And to any lawyer out there who wants to disagree with that, then okay, change my mind. Come to my house right now and change my mind. Or a judge who says that it's not that way, wants to sit there and play the activist joy card of saying, it's not a partial system. Yes, it is. Men get fucked over for child support and alimony every day. Women get screwed over in the legal system when it comes to prison placement because of the trans movement trying to put men in women's prisons every day. Black folks have been getting shit ends of fucking arrangements due to statistics that probably don't have anything to do with them individually all the time. White men get screwed over a lot when it comes to DUIs, even when they haven't been drinking. I could go on. Alright, let's go there. Let's go there. Asians get suspected of fraud all the time and oftentimes end up in court for fraud that they didn't even themselves commit. Mexicans get dinged all the time in the court system for drug charges, even when it's legitimately not their drugs. I mean, these are all things that happen. A lot. Just because you have a truck full, a two-row seater truck full of Mexican individuals coming to your work site, and one of them has a rolled up joint and maybe the other one has some cocaine in his fucking pocket, does not mean everyone in the truck is smoking that pot and doing that fucking cocaine. They probably don't even know that they have it on them. And yes, that was a specific example that was done on fucking purpose. But more specifically, the legal system, especially the family court system, is 100% built to screw men over at every turn. Because no matter what you do, no matter if it's your fault or not, it's still your fucking fault. And there is nothing you can do to change that. Well, there is. It's called vote, but even then, you still don't get anywhere on that front. Alimony is something that should not exist. I'm sorry. But you knew what you were getting into, I would hope. When you married someone, I should hope that you should understand the financial arrangements and everything else when you got in there. And when you commit to a divorce, you 100% should acknowledge the fact that you are being a detriment to yourself by getting that divorce, financially speaking. Therefore, it is not your partner's responsibility to take care of you after you split. I 100% believe that, and I live by it every fucking day. If I was financially responsible for every partner that I've ever been with, I'd never ever see the light of fucking day. I'd starve to death. I've been with 30 different women over the course of my fucking life, and that is a fact that my future wife knows well and clear that I have made some shit decisions in my past. But if I had to pay for every little fucking thing that I used to have to pay for them when I was with them, I would not even be able to eat, let alone fucking breathe. So, no. I am firmly against fucking alimony. I think if you get married and you choose to divorce, that is your fucking problem. If you are the engager or engagee of the divorce, meaning you committed adultery or you went to the court system for no other reason than just to cry no-fault divorce, you should not be getting alimony at all. Period. I don't give a damn. In fact, I don't think no-fault divorce should even exist. Because it shouldn't. You need, in my mind, you should have a fucking reason to get a divorce. In fact, I think we should go back to that, and I think it should be looked into. I think that if you're getting a divorce, there should be criminal charges attached to it, one way or another. And I know there's going to be a lot of people out there who don't like that idea. I'm done giving a fuck about what you like or don't like. You're getting my opinion. Whether you asked for it or not. Oh, nice. It's all my water. What, so I can go do it by myself again? Yeah, exactly my friggin' point. Just gonna go sell my water and get out of here. And piss off the rest of the world by speaking my opinions on things. What's really gonna piss people off is when I get to what I'm gonna say next. I'm gonna be real. Okay? I probably wouldn't make it in the woods because of my physical conditioning, which is something I can fix. But most of you all are too stupid to know what a Widowmaker is and would most likely die to one in the woods because you're either too dumb, ignorant, or, you know, pick a word. I'm not going to use the R word because I know people who are full-blown legitimately retarded who can pick out a proper Widowmaker and know to avoid it. Okay, and that says a lot to those of you who can't. The 98% of you who can't. Okay? Most of you fucking people would die in the first day of a real Civil War apocalypse, pick a word. Okay? And that sounds harsh and overly cruel, and I don't care. I really don't care. Because my losing 50 pounds to make it so I can go traipsing through the woods if I so fucking choose is going to be a lot easier for me than it's going to be for you to pull your head out of your ass long enough to learn how to start a fire without a Bic lighter. And that is the truth. I am literally, if I'm not speaking to bots, I'm speaking to morons who could not even interpret a single sentence of English 90% of the time, of proper English. And that's the harsh reality of this world. And I am very well aware of that fact. And I'm not afraid to say it, because whether I like to admit it or not, once upon a time, about a good 10 years ago, I was the same way. What changed? I got my ass beat a few times, so that's what changed. No, life kicked me in the nuts more than once to teach me that lesson and not be so stupid. It took a lot. It takes a lot to snap someone out of stupidity. It really does. Like, a lot of people underestimate that quite a bit. Alright. And that sounds like a very mean comment, a mean-spirited comment that came from a bigot. No, it's the truth. It's what you don't want to hear ever. Okay? There is a harsh reality to everything that I say on here. And whether I like it or not, a lot of the time, it is true. See, I like that helmet, but I don't think it's worth that much. And there's going to be a Christian that gets on here and heard what I just said, and they're going to say, "You're nihilistic." No, I'm not. Read your Bible sometime. Okay? Did you ever notice a little bit of a disparity on the population for the tribes of Judah or the tribes of Israel that are going to make it into heaven versus the population of those same tribes today? There's a whole lot more of them there today than was written in the Bible. And you could try to come up with every excuse imaginable to scream up and down that oh, well, it doesn't matter because of bull. It does matter. It does matter because you're talking about a lot of people that are going to have to be put in the dirt before he comes back and does what he needs to do. That, or there's going to be a whole shit ton of them left behind. Okay? So you either need to reconcile you need to reconcile with one or more of what I just said. And you might not like it. Heck, I don't like it at all. I don't like the idea of anyone getting left behind. I think he should just roll right on in, revoke certain levels of free will, and just roll right on over everybody. But that's my opinion. That's the opinion that no one wants to hear. And everyone hates. No, I do, 100%. I think he should roll right on in, revoke the free will of like half of the population, turn them into workers for the rest of us, even if it ends up being me, and call it a day. Straight up. Oh. I'll go there, sure. I have more fusion cores than I even know what to do with. In fact, I got too many of them. It's a plasma core. I'll have to deal with that too at some point. Who needs 39 pounds of railroad spikes? Seriously? Okay. And I don't think I can scrap them either. And let me guess. Yeah, of course, Fallout first. Fuck your paid services, guys. Come on. Okay, transfer. Gonna make me do the thing, huh? Yep. No, my issue with most of you is that there's a very large portion of you that wouldn't know how to read the first chapter of Genesis in the Bible. There's a good 75% that wouldn't know what that says. And even if you read it, you still wouldn't know what it said. And again, I get it. I get it. You were programmed or taught to be basically just a sheep, not to go against the whatever. And while I may get it, kind of got to understand that there are other entities involved that might not give a shit. Okay, let's see. Going station. Fusion core recharger. But if you think I'm cruel, you should see what nature can do sometime. I personally don't think a good 80% of you could handle it. I don't have enough. Okay, well, perfect. Got my ammo converter back. Nice. Little useful thing. I gotta get one of those too at some point. But no, let's just be fair. For the longest time, I was actually the same way. It took a lot to jar me out of being that stupid. Really, it did. Spawn in. And sure, I know I sound cruel and jaded and all those other words, like pick a word, right? But on the other hand, it was watching humans be stupid that kind of led to that, so... You might not want to hear it, but you're probably gonna. Excuse me. Yeah, no. It sounds fun, but we're gonna wrap. If you like the content, I know I kind of Debbie Downered a little bit there for the last like 20 minutes, but if you like the content, hit the like and subscribe buttons. If not, leave comment, criticism. Constructive, please. Stop watching the news media, homeschool your kids, all that good stuff. Don't do drugs. Get some good education in your mind. Stay out of the brainwashing shit. Learn a survival skill. Do the world a favor. Build you one of these knife kits, survival knife kits. 3 knives, multi-purpose, and ferro rods, files, and sewing needles and fishing line. Build you one. Go take some paracord out in the woods. Go build a fort. Learn a skill. Go hit a welding class. Go hit an automotive engineering courses are fun. Go do that. Learn carpentry. Learn how to do something actually productive. Don't do the liberal arts degree bullshit because it doesn't get you anywhere. Anyway, like and subscribe if you want. If not, that's cool too. Peace and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out.